Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the Intrepid Museum's Girls in Science and Engineering Day. My name is Shay Salim. I'm the manager of teen leadership programs here at the Intrepid in New York City. I just want to let you know that I will be your host for the day. So welcome. Thank you again for joining us. We're so excited to have this virtual Girls in Science and Engineering Day with you today from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. I want to make sure that we also thank our funders. Without them, this day would not be possible. So let's virtually thank BNY Mellon, the Motorola Solutions Foundation, Con Edison, and the Craig Newmark Philanthropic Fund. So let's give a virtual hand clap for our awesome funders. Thanks, everyone. I want to also make sure to thank our STEM professionals as well as our organizations who will be hosting live sessions today starting at 12:30. We also have really great pre-recorded STEM videos from other professionals and organizations. And all of this information you can find on the Intrepid Museum's website for the Girls in Science and Engineering Day. So make sure you check that out. And that link will be provided in the description below, as well as in the chat. So make sure you check those out throughout the day. All right, without further ado, I'd like to join our two morning MCs. This is going to be the first of 15 Intrepid Museum Goals interns who will be helping to showcase the day today. And again, since it's all about Girls in Science and Engineering Day, I have some awesome girls to work with throughout our program. So I'm going to go ahead and add Kate to our stream as well as Tatiana. So Tatiana and Kate, take it away.
Hi, my name is Tatiana, and I'm a junior at Brooklyn Technical High School in New York City.
And my name is Kate, and I'm a junior too at Floral Park Memorial High School in New York City.
We're happy to welcome you all to Girls in Science and Engineering Day. We are a part of the Goals Navigator internship at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum in New York.
So to kick off Girls in Science and Engineering Day, we have a very special keynote speaker who will later be interviewed by our fellow Goals interns, Leah, Bryn, and Amy.
An award-winning, internationally acclaimed science communicator and molecular biologist by trade, we're happy to welcome Miss Raven Baxter.
Known for her creative fusion of science and music, Miss Baxter has built her career around teaching and empowering those in STEM to innovate and advocate for social change.
Miss Baxter is the founder of a nonprofit by the name of Science Haven. This organization houses her various initiatives focused on connecting people within and outside of the science community, such as STEMbacy and Black and Science Communication.
So come back at 11:15 to join us for our interview with our Goals interns and keynote speaker, Raven Baxter.
Great. Thank you, ladies. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm going to pop on my morning MCs, Kate and Tatiana, to introduce our awesome keynote, Raven Baxter. Tatiana and Kate, come on in.
Hi, welcome back to Girls in Science and Engineering Day.
Now, without further ado, please give a virtual round of applause to Fortune Magazine's 40 Under 40 global influencer, Raven the Science Maven.
I'm on mute. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, so I'd like to thank our MCs so much, Tatiana and Kate, and thank you so much, Raven, for being here today. It is a great pleasure to speak with you. My name is Leah, and I'm a STEM entrepreneur for the Goals Intrepid program. And my colleagues, Brennan, Amy, and I will be asking you some questions today. So the first question that I have for you is, as someone who has worn many different hats in STEM, what advice would you give to someone who is worried about narrowing their passion down to a single topic or degree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're worried about narrowing down, it might mean that you haven't quite explored enough. Because usually when you explore your interest, when you try different things, the narrowing down process kind of happens naturally, right? Because you figure out what you like, what you don't like. And then, like, by default, it just eliminates certain options that you might have considered before. So I wouldn't get too preoccupied with worrying about narrowing down without having tried a lot of different things first. So, like, getting involved in a lot of different internships or volunteering or just career exploration opportunities will certainly help. And I just want to say personally, I feel like I was constantly exploring new things, even into graduate school, honestly. Like, I didn't have it all figured out in high school. I didn't have it all figured out in college. It really wasn't until I finished my master's degree, and so that's 2 years after I finished college, did I really figure out what I wanted to do. And even still today, like, I feel like I'm coming up with new things to get into.
I totally agree with you about getting involved in different internships and stuff like that because I remember back in 2019 when I was in the Goals Summer program and I was totally saying to myself, like, I want to be an aerospace engineer. I want to be an aerospace engineer. And then when we were doing all the mentorship programs with all the people coming in with their careers in STEM and showing me all of the varieties that there are out there, like, I was like, I had no clue that there were so many opportunities in STEM for Black women like me. So it was really amazing to see that.
Yeah, see, that's awesome. I'm so glad.
Yeah. On to the next question. So you said that the key to diversity in STEM fields is to create spaces that welcome people as their unapologetic selves. How can institutions best do that?
Yeah, I think that, from what I understand about what's been happening with academic culture and STEM culture is that there really are forces within the culture that kind of uphold these stereotypical ideas of what it means to be a scientist. And people sometimes reinforce that knowingly, like they're aware that they're, kind of blocking people from really embracing who they are and being comfortable. But some people do it unconsciously, like, they have unconscious biases in their head or things that they don't even realize they're thinking that might impact somebody else's experience in STEM. So making sure that we're training people when we hire people to be a part of these organizations, make sure they get diversity training so that they understand how their mindset can impact their workplace. And also just giving people opportunities to share about themselves when they come in to do the work or where they're learning, so that people can understand all of the special things that make you who you are and make you special and why that's important for the workplace. So yeah, I think we're definitely on the right track, right? Like, I definitely over the past year especially have seen a lot of companies step up, really trying to figure out how can we make our workplace more inclusive and how can we make it so that people who are different want to stay here and want to work here for a long time.
Yeah, I definitely think it's important for institutions to train the people that are working for them to definitely have like an open mind to different types of people, different walks of life, because that's so important. And in science, that includes everybody, every walk of life. So moving on, as someone who is also artistic, how do you allow your passion for music and the arts to manifest into your STEM outreach?
It's just naturally a part of who I am. You know, I've always been interested in clothes. As you can see, I have my rack of clothes here from my fashion line. I've always been interested in music, and I recognize that that is a part of what brings diversity into the spaces that I come into, right? Even though it's not very traditional for there to be scientists that are like, oh, you know, here's my fashion line. And like, oh, by the way, I have a rap career, you know, that's not very traditional, but that is important to share because that is diversity, right? I think a lot of people forget diversity is not just about your skin and what you look like. It's about everything that you bring to the table, your values, your skills, your hobbies, what you believe in, what makes you happy, what makes you angry, or things that you're born with, right? Your abilities, you know, where you're from, all of these things. And so I think that it's really fun for me to be an example of that and like really be vocal about like I love being creative. I love art, and it honestly helps. I think it helps me to stay in a like an exploratory mindset. Like I think that being creative and being able to think outside of the box does help me be a better scientist because scientists are always answering questions, asking questions. And if you're able to think creatively about that process, you can potentially come up with better solutions.
Yes, I totally agree. As like an artist, science is also one of my other passions, and like science and art are so similar in many ways. Like they have major effects on each other in this world. So definitely, yeah. And the second to last question would be, well, no, the last question, sorry. No, wait, actually, the second to last question, sorry. What advice would you give to young women of color who feel as if they're being held back by their peers or coworkers because of the stereotype of women in science?
Yeah, very good question, you know, because sometimes we do really sense it. We do sense like when you walk into a place, wow, I'm uncomfortable, you know, or something's not right. I don't really feel like I can let my hair down and be myself for whatever reason. And I had a saying. It was something like, it was something around the terms of don't shrink yourself to fit in a space. Find a space that you know where you can fit in. And I think that those times where we do feel uncomfortable when we're in a space, it sometimes means that it's because we feel like we have to shrink ourselves down because we're so awesome, we're so great, but we're in a place that is just trying to squish you into this box that you really don't fit in. And when you do shrink yourself down, it can really be harmful. Like there's actual like scientific studies, people who study sociology who have demonstrated that when people try to shrink themselves into these boxes, it is actually traumatic. So, you know, it is good for you and your mental health to try to find spaces where you don't feel that way. And also, like, even if you can't get out of that environment immediately, just realize that your feelings are valid, like you're valuable, even though you may not feel like you're being treated that way. You still belong, you still deserve to be there. And it's also not your job to fix everything. So like try to get resources, networks, like find people who you can trust to talk things through, and definitely look for opportunities that better fit you.
That is a really good statement. I'm gonna start using that. I'm gonna start using that statement. Okay.
Yay, okay.
This is actually the last question. So, what was the funniest thing that has happened on the job?
Funniest thing. Oh, every day's funny. I make everything funny. But let's see. As a scientist, I want to say that one time I had worked so hard. So the thing about being a scientist is sometimes your experiments last for hours. You're following a protocol, which is just a series of steps, and sometimes some of the individual steps in the protocol can be like 4 hours, right? And that's like half your workday. So if something goes wrong before that and you can't stop your experiment, that means you have to push everything back 4 hours, and you can't go home, right? Because you can't stop the experiment. You have to be there in the lab to do all this stuff. So one time I had to stay overnight to work in the lab because my experiment was going slower than expected, and I was so tired that I ran into a wall. I ran into a wall, and I thought that was so funny because that had never happened before. But it was a good lesson for me because after that I learned like time management is really important when you're a scientist, and being able to sit down at the beginning of your day and plan out your experiments and say, I'm going to do this at 12:30, and if something goes wrong, I know I have a half hour to fix it, or else I'm going to be staying here till 3 a.m. You just learn how important time is.
All right, thank you so much. Your answers to these questions were so insightful, I'm sure, to all of us. And now I'm going to pass it to Bryn.
Thanks, Leah. Hi, I'm Bryn, and I'm very excited to be the second interviewer today. My first question is about social media. Social media has become increasingly popular, with viral videos becoming news events. Raven, what drew you to social media, and what role do you think social media plays in education?
Oh, social media. Can you repeat the first question before the last?
What drew you to social media, and what role do you think social media plays in education?
I want to say like I was born into social media, kind of like you guys. I'm not that much older than you all. Like when I was young, social media existed, right? So I was pretty much born into it. There was never a time that I was alive that we didn't have social media. So it was a no-brainer for me. I've always had a social media account, and I think that kind of what kind of got me out of having a more personal account to being more of a public figure was I was posting like funny science rap videos on my personal account, and I was doing it as a joke. Like I'm like, I would never put this on any public page. I thought the raps were really dumb. But I was having fun, and I still wanted to show somebody. I just didn't want to put it out for everyone to see, right? Like just my friends. But one of my friends messaged me one day. She was like, I think you really should put this up on YouTube or like make a public page, because this stuff is really good, and I think other people need to see it. I'm like, are you kidding me? And so I slept on it for like a day, and I'm like, oh, well, what do I have to lose, right? Like, I didn't say anything bad. If the worst thing that can happen is people just laugh at me, and so what? I was being goofy anyway. So I put it on YouTube, and I think I put it on Twitter, and then it went completely viral. It went completely viral. Like the next day it was on TV in Hawaii. It was like literally on every news station in the country. And then my friend was like, see, I told you so. And I'm like, oh man. And so that's kind of how I got started publicly as Raven the Science Maven. It was really through my friends encouraging me to be more public on social media. And that's pretty much what drew me to it. And then the second question was, what is the role of social media in education? There's so much potential here. I mean, social media is already being used to educate. I think recently my attention has been drawn to TikTok and just how much I've learned on TikTok from people who want to show how to do cool things, like cool how-to videos, or just information, just little tidbits of information. And I'm trying to get more into TikTok these days. I like to browse, but I don't normally create content. So I'm trying to like get into actually making the TikToks. And I think that there's just so much potential. My main concern is that people are giving correct information, like, because anybody can just get on social media and say anything. But I think we really need to make sure we teach students how to fact check, how to, source information. And if they hear something, like, don't believe it immediately, like, go do your research, and yeah, like that's what I think is happening. But there's so much potential.
Thank you for posting them, though. I really love them. I find them to be very informative and entertaining.
Thank you.
So my next question is, you do so many things such as science, rap, and educating. What is the typical day like for you? Can you describe your creative process and perhaps specifically how you come up with your clever lyrics?
Yeah, I recently learned that I can really only be creative once my work is done. So I try to get all my homework, right? It's not really homework. I'm writing a dissertation right now, but I get all of my schoolwork done. And then my brain is like, ooh, now we can do like fun stuff. And my brain kind of goes absolutely crazy. So I'm a very goofy person. And I don't know, for some reason, I'm always just thinking of jokes. I'm always thinking of like, I don't know, funny thoughts, right? And default, I'm a scientist. I'm also always thinking about science. So those two aspects of my brains come together, and somehow I just think about science jokes all the time. And I write the jokes down, and eventually they become rap lyrics. And that is my writing process for writing science rap. I'm trying to be better about writing things that are going along with current events, like the NASA Perseverance Mars landing. NASA actually reached out to me and they were like, "Can you make a song for us?" And I'm like, "Sure." So I'm trying to stay with current events and create more content that syncs up with things that are happening in real life today.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what you'll do next.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time and your insights. You're so inspiring. Our next interviewer is Amy.
Thank you, Bryn. So hello, everyone. My name is Amy, and like Bryn and Leah, I am also part of the STEM Entrepreneur Working Group. And my first question for Raven is, you have had so many successes, including recent recognition in Fortune's 40 Under 40 list, which is an incredible accomplishment. But you've also faced adversity, including racism and homelessness. How did you stay motivated during challenging times?
You know what? I think that I have always been someone that was extremely positive and optimistic. And so even when bad things were happening in my life, I'm not really the person to really let it get me down, I guess, for lack of better words. I do realize that bad things are happening, but I don't let it like take control of my life, And also some things are just out of your control, and like you can't control everything. The best you can do sometimes is just sit back and learn your lesson and do better the next time. And I like to tell people that I eat my failures for breakfast. So I've failed. I'm not always successful. I even failed out of college my freshman year because I didn't know how to study and do my homework. I learned, right? Because obviously now I'm doing better, but you just have to eat your failures for breakfast. Let it be your fuel. Let it be what shapes your mindset into a growth mindset, because failure means that you still have room to grow and learn. And failure is not a bad thing. Adversity is not a bad thing. It's given me really tough skin. But I never let it get me down. I still have the free spirit. I still have positive energy. It's all good. Yeah.
I really love that mentality. I think like the glass half full attitude is so important to us, and it really creates for a stronger character for everyone, really. So you have gone to space camp before, And as you mentioned, you found out that you didn't really like heights. So I wanted to ask, did you ever get over your fear of heights?
No, I didn't. And that's okay. Like I'm learning that there's just ways to work around your fear of heights. And like for example, somebody was going to fly me out to California so I could film a fun thing, science related thing. And I was like, oh, perfect opportunity to like visit every national park in America on the way, because I'm in New York and California obviously is on the other side of the country. And I'm like, well, I can go like see all this cool stuff that's in between. I can take my time, like that makes me happy. So yeah, no, I did not get over my fear of heights, but if anybody has a way to help with that, I'm also open to that. I think. I don't know.
I think that's totally relatable. You know, I've never really got over my fear of heights either. So, my last question for you, as you had so many incredible achievements, like the Fortune's 40 Under 40 list, and being in the middle of your PhD, that is awesome. So, my last question is, what are you most proud of as you reflect on your career so far?
I think that I am most proud of the connections that I've been able to make with people along the way, and just seeing how me being myself has been a positive impact for other people. And you know, it just amazes me every day when I hear Raven, oh, you know, when you did this, it made me feel like I belonged, or when you said that, like I connected with that. Or it's just amazing. Like, if anything, at the end of the day, the mark that I want to leave on STEM is for people to feel like they belong, and for people to feel like they belong as they are, and that they don't have to change who they are to be in this field. And that's really all I want. So as long as as long as people are being positively impacted in that way, I feel like I'll never stop being proud. It'll just be the pride of my life, probably.
I think that is so beautiful. I truly am touched. So thank you so much, Raven, for your time. I have found this conversation about your experience in STEM so inspiring and motivating. I'm sure our audience has as well. So I think now we will be taking questions from the audience. Feel free to put anything you want Raven to answer in the chat.
Oh, nice. Very cool. So which one do you ever have self-doubt? What things do you say to yourself to get over that feeling? Oh, self-doubt. You know, the thing about self-doubt is like there's already so much happening that can potentially prevent you from meeting your goals. Like, there are things that you tell yourself, and then there's things that the world tells you. And for me, the last thing that I ever want is to be the thing that's in the way of me achieving my goals. Like, for me to be the person telling myself no because I'm doubting myself. Like, how does that even make sense? You know, if I have a goal, but I'm also the person stopping myself from getting to the goal, like, you know? And so once I sit down and think about that, I'm like, this is dumb. Like, I gotta get past this self-doubt. This is my goal at the end of the day. So why am I telling myself no? It's like you're fighting against yourself. That's who wants to deal with that, you know? That's so much conflict. And I just tell myself stop, you know. I kind of handle it as if somebody on the outside was telling me no, and it's like, you know, why are you telling me no? I can do this. Like, this, I put my mind to it. I can do anything I put my mind to. Of course I want to do it. And then I just go do it. But yeah, it's not always easy, but that's usually the thought process. Alexandra, hello. What are your favorite fields of science? So I am a molecular biologist, but some of the other fields that I enjoy are quantum physics, particle physics. I like space sciences. I find the universe to be so intriguing, which, as I'm sure many people do. I'm also very intrigued with geology and understanding like the layers of the earth and all of this cool stuff that's happening beneath our feet that we don't really ever think about. Yeah. Any plans to write a book? Yes, but I have to write my dissertation first and graduate and graduate from school. So yeah, that's book number 1 is my dissertation, but I would love to write a children's book very soon. Have there ever been instances where people didn't really take you seriously in your field because of your online presence? And if so, how have you handled those kinds of situations? I want to say no, actually. I feel like, and I honestly don't care, even if they don't take me seriously, you know what I'm saying? Like, because at the end of the day, I'm literally just being myself. And so any prejudice or bias that anybody else has when they see me just being myself is really their fault. Like, that's their problem, you know? It's not something that I have to deal with because I'm not disrespectful. I'm not hurting anyone's feelings. I'm not harming anyone. I'm happy. And I'm encouraging other people to, you know, be happy and positive. And so however I'm displaying that online, you know, any negative feedback I get from that, I really can't absorb it because I know in my heart I'm doing something good. So I personally, I'm sure there have been people who haven't taken me seriously, but I can't be concerned with it, you know, because I know I'm doing the right thing. And that's just what it is, right? The haters are also your motivators at the end of the day. Hopefully that answered your question. How is your dissertation going? It's going well. I've been really trying hard to stay motivated. And, you know, this goes back to that self-doubt question. I was kind of doubting myself a little bit at the start of my process because the dissertation is really just like a really long paper, but it's all your thoughts, right? It's all coming from you. It's nothing that a teacher or professor or an advisor told you to write. It's literally all your thoughts. And that kind of is intimidating because you don't, like, how do you know if you're doing it right? There's a lot of uncertainty. But I just had to get over it. I had to just start writing everything down. And turns out I was worried for nothing because I turned it into my advisor a couple of days ago and she's like, Raven, this is amazing. I'm like, what? So I did all that worrying for nothing. All that self-doubt didn't even matter. So yeah. Any other questions?
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah.
So you have such a catchy name. How did you come up with the name Raven the Science Maven?
Yeah, so I actually came up with that in a car. Like I was riding in a car and just thinking like, wow, I need something to call myself because my actual name, Raven Baxter, was taken by the Disney Channel by a show called That's So Raven, and the main character's name is Raven Baxter, played by Raven Simone. But if I knew that if I were ever to become a public figure and call myself Raven Baxter, I would literally never hear the end of it. Every single day, somebody asked me about That's So Raven. So I'm like, what am I gonna do? I love science. I was like, okay, Raven the scientist. That's kind of like, nah, I don't like that. Well, what rhymes with Raven? Literally don't know any other words that rhyme with Raven besides Maven. So I'm like, Raven the Maven of science? Like, no. And then I'm like, oh, Raven the Science Maven. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Because a Maven means an expert in a field, right? And at that time, I had just graduated. I got my master's degree in biology. So I'm like, oh, I'm a master of science. Like, I'm a Maven. I'm an actual science Maven. And that's how it was born. A lot of people think it's a play on Bill Nye the Science Guy, and that I kind of only realized that they sounded kind of similar like way after the fact. But yeah, that's how I came up with the name.
Yeah, I love science too, but not much rhymes with Bryn.
Yeah. This was so much fun.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Raven. Thank you, Bryn and Amy and Leah. We're going to now pop in our morning MCs, Tatiana and Kate, for our next part of our show. But let's all give a virtual hand clap to Raven, the science maven, and our awesome goals interns, Bryn, Amy, and Leah. Thanks, ladies. Oh.
Let's give another round of applause for Miss Baxter and her amazing interview.
That was awesome. So just before we let you all go, Tatiana and I would love your help and feedback on just something that our working group, the Social and Youth Entrepreneurs, have been working on for the past few months as a part of our year-long internship project.
Our working group has been building a mock website for our mock youth organization, Reach Out. Reach Out creates a safe space for youth to explore their complex feelings and improve their mental health through a blended model. We intend to accomplish this task by providing resources of reflection in person and creating a safe community virtually.
And after months of preparation and so many Zooms, we've created a website for our organization, and we would appreciate if you could fill out this survey and give us any feedback on the functionality and the aesthetics of the site, which would help bring us closer to the final product. If you're able to participate, the link is in the link to our survey is in the chat, and the survey is completely anonymous, so don't worry, it'll only be used within our working group.
Thank you all for joining us with our interview with our keynote speaker, Ms. Raven Baxter. Please be sure to check out all the live and pre-recorded activities throughout the day. Please come back at 1 p.m. to join our new intern MCs, Casey and Courtney, and our STEM educators' presentation on plastics in our environment.
Bye, everyone.
Enjoy the rest of Girls in Science and Engineering Day.
Thank you, Kate and Tatiana. I appreciate you plugging in your awesome program and project for your working group. I'll see you later. I just wanted to pop in to remind everyone again to make sure that you visit the Girls in Science and Engineering Day webpage. It's in the ticker down below, as well as in the description. We have so many awesome organizations who are providing live sessions. So make sure you pre-register and attend those cool sessions. They'll be starting at 12:30, and the last one is at 2:30. So again, check out our full schedule during this break. The link is in the description and the chat below, as well as our cool ticker. And we'll see you back here at 1 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Intrepid Museum's Girls in Science and Engineering Day. I hope you had a great break and you had a chance to visit the webpage for some live sessions as well as some pre-recorded videos. So I hope you really enjoyed that. Well, now I'm excited to introduce our interns. They are presenters who will be learning about and sharing their work and interest on the impacts of plastics on the environment. So if everyone could put their virtual hands together and welcome Adiola, Sophia, Aroni, and Janessa. Ladies, go ahead and take it away.
Hello, and thank you for coming to Girls in Science and Engineering Day. We are a part of the STEM Educator Group in the Goals for Girls Navigator program here at the Intrepid, and we welcome you all to our presentation about plastic and its effects on the environment. My name is Adiola, and I'm a sophomore at Townsend Harris High School.
Hi, my name is Janessa, and I am also a sophomore at Townsend Harris.
I'm Sophia, and I'm a senior in Nesbosem High School.
And my name is Aroni, and I'm currently a senior at Bronx Science. Now, before we get started, we wanted to ask you all a question. So if we move on to the next slide. Thank you. How many plastic bottles of water do you drink per day? Take a moment to send in the number onto the chat from wherever you're logging in from. It might be 0, or it might be a lot, like myself. So currently, from the comments we're getting in, from YouTube and Twitch, I'm seeing 3, 10, 2, 0. That's really good. And yeah, so there's a wide range here, and I thank you all for being transparent about this. Now with that, how many of those bottles do you recycle? You can send that over to the chat as well. Remember, this only works if we're being honest. Oh, so I'm seeing 0. Okay, that's okay. 2, all right. All right. Thank you all for sharing. I encourage you all to keep this number in mind, as we will be hearing more about these plastic bottles journeys very soon. Next slide, please. Now, let's say in an average month, you drank 100 bottles of water, like the ones you see on the screen right now. For the average citizen, however, only 9 of those bottles get recycled in the end. In fact, according to a National Geographic study from 2019, out of the 8.3 billion metric tons that has been produced, 6.3 billion metric tons have become plastic waste. Next slide, please. But adding on, the UN Environment reports that a mere 9% of all plastic waste ever produced has been recycled, as you saw with the graphic earlier. Approximately just 12% of plastic in general has been incinerated. And to clarify, incinerations are when plastic waste goes through combustion to isolate the organic substances that are contained in them. About 79% of all plastics have accumulated in landfills, dumps, or even the natural environment. And lastly, almost 100%, meaning almost all of plastics are produced from chemicals derived from oil, natural gas, and coal. And that's something to keep in mind. These may just seem like random statistics at first sight, but take a second to really understand what this entails. Now, to learn the repercussions that come with these numbers, let's hear from Janessa as we move on to the next slide.
Thanks, Sereni. So plastic pollution accumulates in our environment in a variety of ways. For example, whenever a plastic bottle remains in the ocean for a really long time, it can be broken down into microplastics, which are these tiny plastic fragments. Furthermore, we also breathe plastics every day. In areas of poor waste management, trash has to be burned. This burning process allows chemicals from plastic to easily enter the body as we breathe. These plastic particles and chemicals also come to impact our soil and groundwater, entering our bodies through the things we eat and drink. If we could proceed on to the next slide, please. So now let's reference the numbers that you all sent in before. Since you all now understand some of the negative impacts of plastics, we want to show you all a video by TED Education, which will visually explore how a plastic bottle may move in the environment after we throw it away.
This is the story of 3 plastic bottles, empty and discarded. Their journeys are about to diverge, with outcomes that impact nothing less than the fate of the planet. But they weren't always this way. To understand where these bottles end up, we must first explore their origins. The heroes of our story were conceived in this oil refinery. The plastic in their bodies was formed by chemically bonding oil and gas molecules together to make monomers. In turn, these monomers were bonded into long polymer chains to make plastic, in the form of millions of pellets. Those were melted at manufacturing plants and reformed in molds to create the resilient material that makes up the triplets' bodies. Machines filled the bottles with sweet, bubbly liquid, and they were then wrapped, shipped, bought, opened, consumed, and unceremoniously discarded. And now here they lie, poised at the edge of the unknown. Bottle 1, like hundreds of millions of tons of his plastic brethren, ends up in a landfill. This huge dump expands each day as more trash comes in and continues to take up space. As plastics sit there being compressed amongst layers of other junk, rainwater flows through the waste and absorbs the water-soluble compounds it contains, and some of those are highly toxic. Together, they create a harmful stew called leachate, which can move into groundwater, soil, and streams, poisoning ecosystems and harming wildlife. It can take bottle 1 an agonizing 1,000 years to decompose. Bottle 2's journey is stranger, but unfortunately no happier. He floats on a trickle that reaches a stream that flows into a river, and a river that reaches the ocean. After months lost at sea, he's slowly drawn into a massive vortex where trash accumulates, a place known as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Here, the ocean's currents have trapped millions of pieces of plastic debris. This is one of 5 plastic-filled gyres in the world's seas, places where the pollutants turn the water into a cloudy plastic soup. Some animals, like seabirds, get entangled in the mess. They and others mistake the brightly colored plastic bits for food. Plastic makes them feel full when they're not, so they starve to death and pass the toxins from the plastic up the food chain. For example, it's eaten by lanternfish. The lanternfish are eaten by squid. The squid are eaten by tuna. And the tuna are eaten by us. And most plastics don't biodegrade, which means they're destined to break down into smaller and smaller pieces called microplastics, which might rotate in the sea eternally. But Bottle 3 is spared the cruel purgatories of his brothers. A truck brings him to a plant where he and his companions are squeezed flat and compressed into a block. Okay, this sounds pretty bad too, but hang in there. It gets better. The blocks are shredded into tiny pieces, which are washed and melted so they become the raw materials that can be used again. As if by magic, Bottle 3 is now ready to be reborn as something completely new. For this bit of plastic with such humble origins, suddenly, the sky is the limit.
Okay, so from the TED Education video we just viewed, it becomes quite clear that we never really consider the venture water bottles take to reach us, nor the one they take after being disposed of. Now, let's learn a bit more about how these plastics impact animals from Adiola in the slides following.
To elaborate on what Janessa was saying, it's apparent that most people are unaware of how plastic is becoming integrated into our ecosystems. You see, we end up taking it in from food and water, even the clothes we wear and the air we breathe. Microplastics, as Janessa mentioned, and the chemicals released from the plastics are the main culprit behind this, and they can prove to be quite dangerous from the harmful substances contained in the plastic. Just as we see these habitats are being damaged by plastic, you can see from these images how most animals aren't able to distinguish plastic from food, and coming in contact with them can choke, snare, and cut them, which eventually leads to serious injuries. For the animals that become entangled in plastic, they struggle to obtain food and then become more likely to be preyed upon. These are the more obvious effects of plastic, but let's get into the more complex impact. When most animals consume plastic, many die immediately while others gradually deteriorate internally from this foreign object being inside of them. For those who manage to survive, they get eaten from that and the remaining plastic moves up the food chain to be possibly consumed by us, human beings. At this point, plastic has managed to infiltrate a great deal of our environments, including our own bodies. And while this long-term impact has not been thoroughly investigated, research in wildlife and laboratory animals has linked exposure to tiny plastics to infertility, inflammation, and cancer, according to The Guardian. These plastics may become integrated with our internal organs, and based on the influence that it has on animals, it is evident that these negative effects are probable for human beings as well. Now, let's pass on this conversation to Sophia. Next slide, please.
Now that Adio dived into the harmful impact of plastic in the environment, let's head into the different alternatives of plastic and why biodegradable and bioplastics aren't a perfect solution. We would assume that making biodegradable products would be much more eco-friendly than traditional plastics, but researchers found that the production of bioplastics contributed to much more ozone depletion. Biodegradable products require a greater land use to grow the plants, animals, or microorganisms needed, and produce a greater amount of pollutants because of fertilizers that we use in growing our crops, and during the chemical processing of turning organic material into plastic. Instead, the best solution to reduce greenhouse gas emissions would be to produce bioplastics with renewable sources. Researchers are currently working on producing bioplastics from organic waste and microorganisms. At Michigan State University, they're using blue-green algae, red marine algae in Japan, and fungus here in New York. Next slide, please. Now here's a quick video by Frost Science on how to make your own plastic at home using only milk and vinegar as an alternative to using traditional plastics. It also explains the science behind the process, such as how polymers work.
Hello everyone, today we are going to be making plastic out of milk. Well, how do you do that? It's very, very easy. Pour it into a cup or a bowl. Then you are going to take 2 teaspoons of vinegar and pour it into that warm milk. When you start to stir it around, you should see that it is going to be separating. You can see it separating into casein, the protein found in milk, and the liquid at the bottom. That casein on top is what makes our polymer. You can even see it right here. So you want to take that top layer, that casein out, and put it over on some paper towels to dry it off. You want to keep doing that until you get out as much as you can. And then the extras that you have, you're going to want to strain over here in a strainer or a cheesecloth, or if all you have is a paper towel, in a paper towel as well. When you strain that, you have your nice, beautiful casein over here. You can dry it off and add it to your other casein. You can see it's like a white plastic-like material. Now, a polymer is a long chain of molecules, and you can find polymers all around you. Polymers are in plastic, they're also in our DNA. Now, once you have that nice casein polymer all dried off, you can move it over to your wax paper and shape it into whatever form you like. Of course, when you do this at home, you are going to have a lot more casein, but right here you can see you can shape it in your wax paper to any shape and let it dry for 1 to 2 days, and it will become plastic. Hello, everyone.
Next up, Janessa is going to go over some other alternatives to plastic.
Thanks, Sophia. Thanks, Sophia. So there are many other alternatives to plastic which are readily available for purchase and don't require you to make it at home. Items such as cling film, plastic water bottles, plastic bags, disposable coffee cups, and even plastic straws, among other items, can be opted out for more environmentally friendly items, or can even be phased out of your daily use altogether. Next slide, please. So in the US alone, it has been estimated that over 500 million disposable plastic straws are used every day. This is nearly 125 buses worth of plastic straws per day. Due to the sheer amount of plastic straw usage and the growing movement towards sustainability, reusable straws are becoming much more common for day-to-day use. Based upon your personal lifestyle, you may discover a plastic straw or plastic alternative that really suits your needs. Among the wide variety of potential options available. With that, let's pass it off to Roni on the next slide.
Thank you, Janessa. As we take note of the alternatives Janessa showed us just now, it becomes clear that for any change to come about, it must start from the individual. That being said, what can you do to mitigate plastic pollution? For one, you can use reusable alternatives if possible, like the ones Janessa just brought up. You can make the effort to be aware of and follow plastic recycling guidelines. In New York City specifically, you can usually find this by searching up NYC 311 recycling rules. And most importantly, do not litter. We hear it a lot, but it does make a difference. Make sure you pay attention to which bin you're throwing your trash in, plastic or not. Legislative action might be taking place, like the NYC plastic bag ban, but it is really up to us, the citizens in the end, to ensure that we're making the active choice in avoiding plastic or handling them properly if we do use them. Next slide, please. So hearing all that you have today, how will you combat plastic pollution for future generations? You can think this to yourself or even share it with us on the chat. But we hope this session helped you grasp the issues of plastic pollution and the choices you can make to combat it. Thank you so much for listening and engaging with us all throughout. But with that, do you have any questions? If you have any questions, you can send it over from wherever you're looking at it. So the first question we have is, I have heard the term upcycling before. Can that be a way to lessen the use of plastics?
So I can take this question. Upcycling means to give single-use plastics another purpose after they've been used. So by upcycling the plastics that you have at home, you're reducing the air and water pollution and saving energy. You're also reducing the amount of the greenhouse gas emissions that are being emitted into the environment, and you're helping put a stop to global climate change.
Thank you, Sophia. Next up, we have a question asking, how many species, land or sea, are negatively affected by the use of plastics per year?
I can answer this question. I would say it's approximately 1,200 species that are negatively affected by plastic pollution per year, mainly because, as I previously mentioned, animals aren't able to distinguish plastic from food, so they just go up to them and try and consume them out of pure curiosity. And this ends up killing, thousands of animals yearly. So it's very bad at this point.
That's definitely something to keep in mind. Thank you, Adiola. Next up, we have a question asking, are there any better alternatives to using plastic household items besides the kitchen?
I can take, oh, sorry, would you like to take this one? Okay,
No,
I'll
okay,
take this one then. So one of the main plastic alternatives that you may see around you are these plastic, for plastic bags. So you may find things like canvas tote bags or even rope tote bags, which are used for groceries as an alternative to plastic bags, which, as we explained, can last in garbage dumps for thousands of years for them to decompose. So you may find items like tote bags or other plastic items, such as items that you may find on desks and other places, may be replaced with more eco-friendly alternatives.
Thank you, Janessa. And if you have any questions, you can send that over from wherever you're watching it. So we have a question from Alexandra asking, does melting plastics release any fumes?
Yeah, melting plastics definitely releases fumes. It could come in the form of greenhouse emissions, such as methane. It could also come in other, like methane gases. There was also the gas from the TED video that we showed, and how it then later on in the cycle can impact us and other animals.
Thank you, Sophia. And just to add on real quickly, if you are familiar with shrink plastic, A lot of you might have heard of it. If you do use it, you will notice that after you put it into the microwave or oven, there is an odor that comes out. That is the gas coming out, like Sophia just mentioned. But thank you. That was really great insight. Next up, we have a question asking, how can we be sure that what we put into recycling bins are recycled properly?
I can take this question. So on recycling bins, you may find that they may be specifically colored based upon what item is supposed to be placed in them, or you may find that they have specific symbols pertaining to, once again, what item is supposed to be put in them. So for, say, green products that can be recycled, you may find that there would be a green colored recycling bin, while for other recyclables like plastic, they may be colored blue.
Aroni also gave us Aroni also gave us insight on her slides on how to find out New York City recycling rules. You could also find out more information of New York Conservation Energy, I think it's called. But there's a ton of online resources. Yeah.
And usually in these sources, you can find out the different kinds of plastics categorized into different categories, whether that's cartons, it could even be containers. So please make sure to reach out to your local sources where you can find how to properly dispose of them. Next up, we have a question asking, are there any countries that are more negatively impacted by improperly disposed plastics than others? I can take on this one. Now, while it is difficult to name specific countries, it can be said that developing countries where garbage collection systems are often inefficient get affected the most negatively. Plastic waste in these cities with poor waste management systems often clog up riverways, they block local water sources, and release toxins amidst the air of these countries. But we must also keep in mind that these plastic wastes that are created by developed nations, make their way into the rivers of developing countries, adding to the dilemma of those countries. So to clearly answer it, there aren't particular countries, but we must keep in mind developing countries are getting affected the most. Thank you for your questions. And if you have any, you can definitely send them over to the chat.
Wow, that was great, ladies. Thank you so much for sharing your work and research about plastics in the environment. Let's all give a virtual round of applause for these wonderful STEM interns. Thank you, ladies. Have a great day. So now, as we continue in Girls in Science and Engineering Day, we're going to take a short break. Demo by our afternoon MCs, Courtney and Casey. But I want to remind you to please make sure to visit the Intrepid Museum's webpage for the next sessions of Girls in Science and Engineering Day, live sessions, as well as pre-recorded content. All right, I'll see you back here at 1:45. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm so excited to introduce our afternoon MCs, Courtney and Casey. Welcome. Take it away, ladies.
Once again, welcome to Girls in Science and Engineering Day. My name is Courtney, and I'm a junior at Brooklyn Latin High School.
And my name is Casey. I'm a sophomore at Bronx Preparatory High School.
Thank you, Shay, for introducing us. It is now 1:45, and we are so excited to present Sarah Katani's Airheads demo. Take it away.
Welcome to Girls in Science and Engineering Day. I'm so happy you could join me today. My name is Sarah Katani. I'm a museum educator here at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, where our mission is to honor our heroes, educate the public, and inspire our youth. Today we're going to be talking a bit about the science of flight in our demonstration, Airheads. How do those things fly? And you might be wondering why flight, and that is because the ship that I am standing in right now is the Intrepid. It is an actual former Navy aircraft carrier. The space that I'm in here is the hangar deck. Historically, that's where the aircraft would have been stored. There might have been as many as 100 aircraft here. If you were to go way up on top of the ship, that is the flight deck. That is where aircraft like helicopters and airplanes would actually take off and land. And you might be wondering, you know, I've seen airplanes, I've seen helicopters before, and how do they fly? They literally weigh thousands of pounds. And hopefully by the time I am done with this demonstration, you will have your answer. So to start with, to introduce the very basics of flight, I'm going to use my friend Zip. Zip is a quadcopter drone. That means it's got these 4 rotors. And we're going to use Zip to, first I'm going to prove Zip flies, then teach you something interesting about flight and air. So I need to turn Zip on. And let's see if Zip flies. All right, we have proven Zip can fly, although not very far and not very high. The reason Zip can fly is the way these rotors actually interact with air. To prove air is necessary for flight, I'm going to place Zip inside this bell jar. I'm going to turn it into a vacuum chamber. By attaching this to a vacuum pump, I'm going to suck out all of the air. Then we'll see whether or not Zip can fly when there is no air. It's going to be a bit loud. So right now this pump is sucking all of the air out of the chamber. This chamber is becoming a vacuum, like you might imagine the vacuum of space, an airless area. And if I try to have Zip fly again, you can see nothing is happening. Zip is not moving. Now to prove that this is not just something that isn't blocking the signal, I'm going to add the air back in. And after I add the air back in, nice and slowly, you'll see that Zip is able to get partially off the ground. So we have just proven step number 1. In order to fly, you need air. Now, why is this? You might be asking yourself. What is it about air that is so important? Well, actually, a couple of scientists did some studies and found out some interesting things. One person was named Daniel Bernoulli. And Bernoulli discovered one of the ways air behaves. I'm actually going to need a prop. I like to call this a Bernoulli bag. I'm going to do an interesting trick. I'm going to attempt to fill this entire bag with air with only one breath in order to demonstrate one of Bernoulli's principles. I'll give you a moment to think. Can I fill this entire bag with one breath? All right. 1, 2, 3. And there, as you can see, I filled this entire bag with air. Now, obviously, there's a trick to it if I needed to prop it up. And that trick has to do with the way air behaves and a relationship between air speed and air pressure. One of the things that Bernoulli discovered about air is the faster air moves, the lower your air pressure is. And air always wants to move from an area of high pressure to an area of low pressure. The way I kind of like to think about it as an example is, let's say you're standing in line and you've got a line, a high pressure line. There's hundreds of people in line. You're waiting for, let's say you're waiting for cake. You got some cake coming. Are you going to want to wait in a line that's got hundreds of people? Or maybe there's a line with no one. Well, of course, you're going to go from the line with hundreds of people, this high pressure line, to this low pressure line. Get your cake right away. Then everyone else is going to notice that. They're going to follow you, moving from that area of high pressure to that area of low pressure. So when I was actually blowing into the Bernoulli bag, creating a stream of fast moving air, that air is low pressure and all the high pressure air around it is moving in that area and doing a lot of the work for me. That is how we filled it up. And I'm going to show another way to illustrate this same idea using this air mover here. Now, just like when I was blowing into the bag, this air mover is creating a stream of fast-moving air. This fast-moving air, what we just say for the pressure, fast-moving air is low pressure. So all the high-pressure air around it is trying to rush in, which is why you can see, even though these balls are bumping into each other, it's almost like they're staying in a tube. They're basically trapped in this channel of fast-moving, low-pressure air. In fact, that effect is so potent, I'm going to trade these for a bigger beach ball. Oops. Not only can I get this beach ball to stay here, thanks to Bernoulli's principles, I can actually get this beach ball to float. And to prove there's no strings attached, there's no tricks, got a hula hoop. Nothing there. Nothing, no magic, just physics. I'm going to bring my ball on back. So Bernoulli discovered some very important principles of how air moves and how that relates to pressure, to speed, being able to generate different phenomena. And there's another scientist who discovered some important things as well. He's actually a very famous scientist named Isaac Newton. Many people are familiar with Newton's third law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And this also comes into play when we have aircraft moving around. This time, my tool for demonstrating is going to be this aeroprop. Now think about this. The rotors on this aeroprop are angled. Because of their angle, they're going to be pushing air down. Now we just said for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So if this is pushing the air down, which direction is the equal and opposite reaction going to be? It's pushing air down, opposite is up. So if I were to use this aeroprop, oops, let me try to do a better one. There you can see it's flying all the way away from me. Thanks to Isaac Newton's laws, we're able to see that illustrated as well. Now what's interesting is when we incorporate these principles, so far we've been using our beach balls, we've been using the aeroprop, things that are very light. We can make some other interesting behavior with these principles as well. In this case, can we use, it's actually a pair of cups, these are styrofoam cups, to illustrate one more effect about how air pressure, air speed all interacts. And there we go. So this is a bit tricky. This one doesn't always work right off the bat, so bear with me, it might take a couple of tries. So I'm going to try to see if I can get these. Oh, let me demonstrate first. These are a pair of styrofoam cups. If I let them go, they are going to fall. However, what I'm going to try to do now is a little trick. Sometimes we call these Magnus cups, because they're doing something related to something called the Magnus effect. If I do this right, you'll actually see them gliding through the air. Idea is it's illustrating backspin. And the backspin effect, although it's not very visible here, you may have seen in sports. Anytime a baseball player is throwing a curveball, what they're actually doing is adding spin. That's what changes the way the ball is moving. And all these principles combined, Bernoulli's principles and Newton's principles, are used when we want to get our aircraft up into the sky. And this is, as you can see, it looks like a piece of a plane wing. And I want to show you the shape. The shape of an airplane's wing incorporates both Bernoulli's principles and Newton's principles in order to get aircraft to fly, in order to move through air. In this case, you can see the shape is called an airfoil. The top of it, when air moves over the top of the airfoil, it's getting compressed. It's almost like when you put your finger on a hose, the air shoots out really fast. The air is faster over the top, slower over the bottom. Faster air has lower pressure. Air moves from high pressure to low pressure. And when the air is moving from high pressure to low pressure, it's bringing the whole wing up. It's going to bring the rest of the plane up also. Then when you see these flaps, we've got Newton's third law going on, just like the airprop. As they move, as they deflect air down, air equal and opposite reaction, they're going up, they're going to take the plane up. And these flaps are actually very important for planes being able to turn and move. In fact, it's so important, an aircraft's wings are never going to be fully parallel to the ground. They're always going to be, if you ever look at, they're at a slight angle. You can actually see, if you check the Avenger behind me, you'll notice The wings on the fuselage are connected at an angle relative to the ground. If you were to visit our museum and check out any of our aircraft, you'd see that the whole way through. Speaking of visiting our museum, if you are interested in taking a virtual tour, you can go to Google Arts and Culture. You can check out our hangar deck, our flight deck, and see for yourself, see how many details you can notice about our planes and helicopters using these principles. So thank you again. I hope you learned something interesting, and I hope I've made an airhead out of you. And now I'm going to turn it back to the goals educators. Hopefully this added something new, maybe something surprising to their program. Have a great day.
Wow, let's give another hand to Sarah for presenting this great demo. I'm still amazed at how we can educate younger audiences and just get a better grasp on how aircraft fly.
It's really interesting to see when Sarah put the drone in the vacuum, the air was removed and the drone couldn't fly.
After watching the demo, I realized that if air was taken away, there wouldn't be any lift either. So you could only imagine what would be happening to our aircrafts or even the birds in the sky.
When you saw the Bernoulli bag, did you think Sarah could blow it up with one breath?
Actually, Courtney, I was surprised to see Sarah blow it all, since I can barely blow a balloon without being out of breath.
Yeah, me either. The bag was really big, so I was really shocked when she was able to do it.
I think that just shows how the faster air moves, it creates an area of low pressure, like when the beach ball was in the blower. What do you think, Courtney?
Yeah, I didn't realize air follows a path like that, from high pressure to low pressure. But now I know why it was so windy last week. Did anything else stand out to you in the demo?
Also, when Sarah was using the helicopter routers, it showed Newton's third law, which I found pretty cool because Newton could be so hard to understand at times. And now I
Yeah,
know that for every action, sorry.
sorry.
And now I know that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, honestly, I never realized how important air is for planes.
Thank you for listening to our discussion about the Airheads demo. Tune in at 2:30 for the youth educators who will be presenting soon. Welcome back, everyone. Now that it's 2:30, we will pass it on to the youth educators who will be giving a presentation on the causes and effects of coral degradation.
This amazing group of goals navigators are focused on creating virtual workshops and activities centered around environmental justice and youth activism.
Take it away, youth educators.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm a sophomore at Stuyvesant High School.
Hey, I'm Leanna, and I am also a sophomore at Stuyvesant.
Hi, I'm Jalen, and I'm a junior at Bard High School Early College, Queens.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabrielle, and I'm a senior at Bard High School Early College, Manhattan.
And we are the youth educators for the Goals Navigator program. Our presentation is called Keeping Up with the Corals, and today we'll be talking about what coral degradation is, why conservation is important, and how you can advocate for change. Next slide, please. Before we get started, we want to ask you all a couple of questions similar to a trivia to see how much you know. The questions will appear on the screen and you all can answer in the chat. The only catch is we won't reveal the answers just yet. The answers are spread out throughout the presentation and we'll reveal them little by little. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first question is, which of the following do not cause coral degradation? A, overfishing, B, increase in dissolved oxygen, C, rising CO2 levels, or D, coast infrastructure? And I'll give everyone a minute to answer in the chat. Okay, so I'm seeing some answers pop in. The one I'm seeing so far is coast infrastructure, which is a really interesting choice. I'm even seeing some B's, increase in dissolved oxygen. That is also another really great option. And I'm seeing some more D's. So we'll find out more later on. Next slide, please. What percentage of fish species rely on coral reefs? A, 10%, B, 25%, C, 60%, or D, 100%? Just giving it a second to roll into the chat. Okay, so I'm seeing some C's, so 60%, and some D's, 100%, which are some really big numbers if you think about it. I'm even seeing some 25%. Some more 25%. Looks like 25% might be the most common answer that I'm seeing, which is interesting. 25% is definitely less than 60 and 100, so we'll find out later on. Next slide, please. On average, about how long does it take for a standard reef to fully form? A, 10 to 20 years, B, 1,000 to 2,000 years, C, 100 to 200 years, or D, 10,000 plus years? This is a wide range of answers, so let's see what everyone thinks. Okay, so I'm seeing some 100 to 200 years, and I think I'm even seeing some D, about 10,000 plus years, which is a fairly long time if you think about it. 10,000 plus years is generations of people. So those are some really interesting answers. I'm even seeing some 1,000 to 2,000 years. So I see we have a mixed variety of answers here. But like I said, we'll find out later on. Next slide, please. Young activist Mariana Kupeni is an advocate for the Flint, Michigan water crisis. How old was she when she first started? A, 12, B, 11, C, 15, or D, 8? I'm seeing D, which is really young if you think about it. 8 years old starting activism. I'm even seeing B, 11, which is still fairly young if you think about it. I'm seeing more D's. D and B seem to be the most common answer at the moment, which is fairly young to become an advocate. 8 years old. That's like fourth grade. So let's find out later on. Next slide, please. Thank you everyone for participating, and now on to Liana with some background information on corals. Next slide.
Thank you so much, Jalen. Beginning with background information on coral reefs and climate change. Coral are sessile animals, meaning that they do not move, and they are permanently attached to the ocean floor. They are made up of thousands of soft animals called polyps, which secrete hard limestone, and as the limestone attaches to each other and to the dead skeletons of other polyps, you get the signature hard shell of coral. Coral also have these really small tentacle-like arms that help them catch food and bring it right into their mouths. Climate change is basically just a change in average weather patterns over a certain period of time. Examples could be an increase or decrease of average temperature, or the presence of heavy snowfall in places where there usually is none. The current climate change that you typically hear everybody talk about is an increase in average temperatures across the globe. This has resulted in things like rising sea levels and the melting of polar ice caps, which led to the endangerment of many Arctic species like the polar bears. But we'll discuss more about climate change and its implications later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. There are two ways that we can approach coral, from an oceanic point of view and from a human standpoint. From the marine perspective, coral are vital to the health of the oceans. They contain a type of algae called zooxanthellae, which use coral as shelter. In return, these algae produce oxygen and help clean up and remove waste from the surrounding waters. Coral also provides shelter for other marine species like fish. Nemo himself actually lived in a sea anemone at the Great Barrier Reef, and sea anemones are just one of the many species supported by a coral reef ecosystem. From a human standpoint, coral are also extremely important. They help protect coastlines from erosion and flooding. They provide thousands of jobs and billions of dollars to coastal communities, and they are also being researched to produce new pharmaceutical antibiotics. Next slide, please. Moving on to the causes and effects of coral degradation. Even though a lot of us probably do live in New York City, we have more of an impact on coral reef degradation than you would think. And even though our waters don't have coral reef habitats, we would definitely still feel the impacts. Next slide, please. Coral reef degradation is commonly synonymous with the term coral bleaching, and it is caused directly by human actions. As you can see on the right, in just 3 months, this coral reef ecosystem has lost its healthy, vibrant color and become bleached to a bony white. Some of the biggest contributors are overfishing or using harmful fishing methods like deep-sea trolling. The development of coastal infrastructure can also cause pollution, which can be particularly detrimental to coral and other marine species. Air pollution is also incredibly important to consider, and in recent years, we have seen a large uptick in carbon dioxide levels in our atmosphere. As more and more carbon dioxide gets absorbed into our oceans, that means the water's pH levels will drop, making it more acidic. This harms corals' natural abilities to produce a hard skeleton, which makes them very vulnerable to erosion. This means that the answer to the first trivia question, which of the following do not cause coral degradation, was B, an increase of dissolved oxygen. Dissolved oxygen does not actually have a harmful effect on marine ecosystems. Instead, it is the increase of dissolved carbon dioxide that we should look out for. Next slide, please. Here are the facts that we have to consider. 25% of all fish species rely directly on coral either for food or for shelter. So if you answer that for the second trivia question, you're correct. And a whopping 80% of all the oxygen we need to breathe is produced by the ocean, not actually by trees or other land plants like you may have believed. Next slide, please. What does this mean then? The dying out of coral reefs would trigger massive chain reactions around the world, and once fish species start dying out, mass extinctions by the hundreds will occur on a global level, not just in coastal marine ecosystems. Many of these coastal communities rely on coral reefs for jobs and for tourism. If coral died out, there would be massive economic repercussions, with up to a $375 billion loss in coastal countries that rely on coral, and even more in the areas that need these countries for international relations and import or export. Finally, a loss as big as 80% of breathable air would have obvious detrimental effects on the human population around the world. Can you imagine walking outside and simply not having enough air to breathe? Already, we can see the impacts of coral degradation on our marine ecosystems, and every day, we see more and more dead fish wash up on our shores due to losses in shelter, resources, or oxygen, which are all related to coral degradation. Next slide, please.
Like Leanna talked about, the impacts of coral degradation have detrimental impacts on our planet. That is exactly why environmental justice is so important. Environmental justice is the idea that everyone can contribute to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. This can only be achieved when everyone is equally protected from environmental changes caused by climate change, and when everyone can impact legislation equally. Next slide. This is far from true as of now. Nearly 500 million people depend on the fishing and tourism industries that reefs provide. The disproportionate impact that coral reefs have on coastal communities is reflective of a lack of equal protection. Next slide. Recently, the United States has re-entered the Paris Agreement, which concerns itself with lowering greenhouse gases in an attempt to slow down global warming. This comes after the rallying cry for more environmental protection after the United States left the Paris Climate Agreement about a year ago. Next slide. While rejoining the Paris Agreement was a step in the right direction, we cannot become complacent. It is important that we voice our opinions so that legislators can hear our concerns. Nearly a year ago, youth around the world protested to shed light on the importance of climate justice. The impacts of these climate strikes and those that followed resulted in a deafening cry that could not be denied. Businesses like Ben & Jerry's, Patagonia, and Lush Cosmetics closed in support of the strike. A large part of advocacy is showing others the importance of the issue and what needs to change. We have the power to do that. Even though we can't vote, we can advocate through other means like protesting. The direct results of the global protests led to company recognition. This goes to show that we have the power to create change. And change also doesn't need to be on a large scale. If someone who believed in climate change was reminded of its importance through the protests, that would be great advocacy, because great advocacy is about having an impact on others. Next slide. And that's exactly what we're aiming to do today. We feel passionate about corals because we feel that this issue is not widely known, but its impacts are far-reaching. And as we learned more about corals when putting together this presentation, we have realized that we need to act now. If corals become damaged to the point of no return, we have no backup plan. This issue cannot be ignored, and more importantly, this issue is intertwined with so many other issues. Coral reef degradation is impacted by and impacts other climate issues. Seeing how large this issue really is was a wake-up call to the severity of the issue at hand. Corals are also just simply beautiful. Gabby, would you like to speak more on that?
Yes, I'd love to, Samantha. Thank you. So not only are coral reefs important to me because they provide, beauty and shelter to our marine ecosystems, but I always look forward to admiring or swimming above reefs like during vacations, and it'd be extremely devastating if they no longer existed. I also found out that reefs protect coastlines from wave actions and tropical storms. And as someone with a Caribbean background, many of my relatives live on these coastlines. So, it's great and it's really reassuring to know that such structures, such natural structures, act as a safety net to coastal communities. And I think it's all the more reasons as to why we need to protect them. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you, Gabby, for being vulnerable and sharing your story with us. It helps give us a personal understanding as to why corals are important. And now onto organizations. What are organizations doing to help? There are many organizations that are dedicated to help saving coral reefs. Some of the ways they are helping are by 1, preventing overfishing. Overfishing can be detrimental to the entire food web. When fish populations decrease, the reefs have an extremely hard time living. 2, monitoring the water. Organizations are making sure that the water in which these reefs reside in are clean, making sure there isn't a substantial amount of pollution, bacteria, chemicals, etc. that could potentially harm the reefs. 3, train volunteers to collect data. There can never be enough volunteer scientists collecting data on coral reefs. We can use this data to analyze the effects climate change is having, the damage they have done, etc. This data is important because with it, scientists can see what needs to be done to protect these reefs. A study done by the Reef Check Foundation, which I will get into more depth on the next slide, has shown that there is no reef in the entire world that has not been touched by human or human impacts. Crazy, right? And lastly, for adopting a reef. Adopting a reef can be a fun way to get involved with organizations to ensure reefs are being protected. Your contributions would help organizations do everything I mentioned and even more. Next slide, please. 2 of the many organizations that are dedicated to help saving coral reefs are Coral Reef Alliance and the Reef Check Foundation. Both of these nonprofits have worked extremely hard to make sure coral reefs stay protected. The Coral Reef Alliance has 4 signature initiatives: healthy fisheries for reefs, clean water for reefs, intact reef ecosystems, and science adaptation. Through these initiatives, the organization is able to ensure that the reefs are staying safe. Through the first 2 I mentioned, healthy fisheries for reefs and clean water for reefs, they do exactly what I mentioned in the previous slide, preventing overfishing and monitoring the water. The second 2, intact reef ecosystems and science adaptation, help ensure that the environment the reefs are livable for them, as well as collecting scientific data for them. There are many things that cause physical harm to the reefs, such as making jewelry out of them or even dropping boat anchors on them. This organization really ensures their safety. The Reef Check Foundation specializes in the scientific aspect of saving reefs. They train divers to collect data on the reefs all over the world, and with the data they collect, they're able to determine what steps need to be taken to help save them. They also have a program for youth in California that teaches kids on a 3-hour boat ride about marine biology. This is also the organization in which you are able to adopt a reef, which the donations go to furthering their research. And now we will hear from Gabby. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Jalen. So in addition to the organizations that are taking steps to revitalize coral reefs, there are many everyday actions that we all can do to help. Some of these include 1, conserving water. When you're brushing your teeth or washing the dishes, try not to leave the water running, and you want to turn it off until you need it again. What this essentially does is reduces the amount of wastewater and runoff water that will eventually flow back into the ocean. And the reason why we want this reduction is because wastewater and runoff water may sometimes contain disease-causing organisms, harmful chemicals, and heavy metals that cause environmental and health problems. The second one is when you buy sunscreen that you will essentially wear to the beach, you want to check the ingredients. Make sure that you're buying products that contain chemicals and are not harmful to marine life. Because oftentimes, when sunscreen contains harmful ingredients, they will come off of your skin and flow into the ocean, and they will harm marine life. The last one I want to discuss is when you go snorkeling, try not to break off the corals and bring them back home as gifts. I know it can be tempting because there's different colors, there's different textures and shapes, but it essentially takes 10,000 plus years for reef structures to form. So if you did answer that in the earlier question, you were correct. By breaking them, you were, causing major harm, you're slowing down the growth rate, and you're even causing death to the corals and the reef itself. So leave them on the reef and try to just admire them from afar. All right, next slide. So moving forward, as recent years have shown, youth have been very vocal about various social justice issues. Their activism has challenged world leaders and promoted many policy changes. So a question that many people ask is, what can youth do to help environmental issues? One is social media. We're living in a digital age where the internet is used with great prevalence. Social media sites such as Instagram is a place where many youth have developed platforms to advocate for societal issues such as climate change. Personally, for me, I've been very informed about many issues through the use of social media. And it's also a place where I found myself, being able to network with my peers and, find events such as protests, speeches, and even workshops to attend. Next is research. So it's extremely important to always do your research about the issues that you're advocating for. Social media is sometimes not always the best or the most reliable place to take in all your information. So you want to make sure that you're searching for credible sources about the topics that you're passionate about. Next is getting involved with organizations. So as Jalen mentioned before, organizations such as Reef Check and the Coral Reef Alliance are just a few examples of the many organizations taking steps to cure our oceans. So immersing yourself into these organizations is important because, it could essentially help aid your activism. So next is reaching out to your local community board. So they are essentially there to access the needs of their community members. So take advantage of that. If there's a problem that you want to address, then the board can be the first step to inciting that effective change. And lastly is encouraging conversation. I cannot stress this one enough. It's vital that you inform and educate those around you and encourage thoughtful discussions about the pressing issues that affect us, the youth, and affect society as a whole. Because knowledge is powerful and it's always important to share. Next slide. All right, so here are a few examples of youth activists who are contributing to the environmental justice movement. So first we have Mariana Copenny. She's a 14-year-old activist, and she's known as Little Miss Flint because of her ongoing strides in raising awareness about the Flint water crisis in Michigan. She's also planned fundraisers to support underprivileged children across the country. And she started her activism at only the age of 8. I know, extremely young. So next is Greta Thunberg. Many people know her. She is quite famous as she has challenged many world leaders to take action against climate change. In summer of 2018, and I believe that this is where she got her recognition from, she stood outside the Swedish parliament every Friday as a part of a climate strike. So next is Autumn Peltier. So she is a 16-year-old advocate for clean water and is the chief water commissioner for the Anishinaabe Nation. She's traveled to various places spreading the message of the importance of clean water and the sacredness of water. And she's also a water warrior herself. And lastly, we have Xanaji Ortiz. So in 2017, Xanaji co-founded the youth-led volunteer climate organization called 0 Hour. 0 Hour has essentially named colonialism, capitalism, racism, and patriarchy as the core causes of the climate crisis. Xanaji himself even said that, this organization has built a movement around addressing the issues of climate change as a systematic injustice toward marginalized people around the world. And his priority is essentially just creating policy solutions at every level. For example, for cities, states, and global frameworks such as the Paris Accord or Paris Agreement. Next slide. All right, and for this slide, we just wanted to include some screenshots of a variety of platforms that are for the youth and have been created by the youth to just, grow their activism and spread awareness about the several social justice issues that are out there. So now I'll pass it on to Jaylin, where she will conclude her presentation for you all today.
Next slide. Thank you, Gabby. As we have reached the end of our presentation, we want to highlight some of the key points we hope you leave here remembering. 1, follow up with what organizations are doing and how you can help them. With coral reefs, of course, but if there's also an issue you are really passionate about, research what organizations are doing to help this issue. Oftentimes, you can find tons of organizations and you can see in what ways you can best support them. 2, follow the 10 ways to protect coral reefs guide. Following this guide, you are doing your part in making sure coral reefs stay protected. 3, post on social media about the issue. As we learned, social media is an amazing way to advocate for issues. A simple post can reach tons of people and create a chain reaction. And lastly, youth activism. You are never too young to begin advocating for an issue you are passionate about. We saw that 14-year-old activist Mariana Copenny started when she was just 8 years old. Next slide, please. And with that, we would like to say thank you. Are there any questions?
So I see a question. It says, where can you typically find coral reefs? Is there a zone for them? So I wouldn't say there's a zone for coral reefs, but they typically enjoy warm climates and are found along coastlines. They're found in tons of places, even places where you wouldn't really think are warm, but warm currents flow to those places. So they're pretty much all over the world.
So the next question is here. There are so many organizations that advocate for the environment. How do I decide which one to support? And I would say when deciding what organizations to support, you should try to figure out exactly in what ways and how you want to see change. Because there are so many types of organizations, but they all do their part in like different ways. So I would say do more research. So, for example, if you want to see more scientific research be done on a specific issue, research what organizations focus on scientific data. And this way, you in no way have to support the organizations that we provided. We just thought that these were two amazing organizations that we wanted to share with you all. But definitely do your research on what exactly you want to be see done.
The next question is, if 80% of our oxygen comes from the oceans and not forests, why do we have to worry about deforestation? Well, you can't just see forests as a provider of oxygen, even though that is part of what they do. You have to consider what other species live in these forests and also rely on these forests for food and for resources. Many people also live in these areas. They depend on the land for agriculture or for their livelihood. Forests, especially the tropical rainforests, contain an incredibly diverse number of exotic plants and animal species. No one really knows how many species live in these tropical rainforests, but estimates range from about 3 to 50 million. Many of these species cannot be found in other areas of the world, and due to deforestation, there already have been many that have been found to be extinct or endangered. Deforestation causes us to lose a lot of our biodiversity, and if we continue, we not only lose a separate source of oxygen, we also destroy the livelihoods of the people in the area, and then we would also lose several thousands, if not millions, of rare creatures.
There's another question coming in saying, how deep into the water is the average coral reef? I believe it's about 300 feet, so about like 91 meters, yeah, in the ocean. That's how deep they usually are. All right, and there's another one coming in saying, I was at a presentation earlier that talked about plastics' effects on the environment. How many plastics end up in the world's reef per year? That is a great question. So I'm not entirely sure what the total amount of plastic is that ends up in the reefs per year, but I do know that in the Asia Pacific region, there are about 11 billion plastic items that are entangled on coral reefs. So that's a lot, and it's extremely detrimental to them. And to be a bit more general, about 8 million tons of plastic do end up in the ocean per year. And this is only an approximation, so this number could be a lot higher, as plastic does tend to sink after really long periods of time. And we do know that about 70% of man-made waste that enters the ocean sinks to the bottom. So these are only approximations, but they are still extremely large nevertheless.
Wow, thank you so much, goals educators. We appreciate your information about coral and coral reefs. Let's all give a virtual round of applause to these wonderful students. Thank you so much, ladies, and I'll see you later. All right, so thank you so much again. Now is the time in which we are ending our Girls in Science and Engineering Day. I want to thank our goals educators again for that really fun and informative presentation. For all of my youth out there, if you're passionate about something, make it known. Do your part and be part of the solution. So that's something that I learned from our educators today. All right, it's going on 3 o'clock pretty soon, but wow, what a day. I hope you enjoyed the Intrepid Museum's first Girls in Science and Engineering Day. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us and our partnering STEM organizations and professionals. So I hope you got a chance to visit some of those live sessions and check out some of those STEM videos from our website. Those STEM videos, the pre-recorded videos will be up on our website until Monday, March 8th. So you still have time to check out those cool videos at that time. But before I let you go, I want to thank all of our interns today. I also would like to thank their mentors who were integral in helping them with their presentations and planning for Girls in Science and Engineering Day. So I'd like to thank their mentors, Manessa, Asia, Safia, and Ashley. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Carrick McLaughlin, for helping coordinate this day with me today. I'd also like to thank all of our STEM professionals and organizations who helped make this day exciting, educational, and STEM-tastic. I'd like to thank our funders. Without them, this day would not be possible. So again, let's all thank BNY Mellon, the Motorola Solutions Foundation, Con Edison, and the Craig Newmark Philanthropic Fund. Thanks to all of you, our viewers today. Thank you for your time and energy. We hope to see you soon once the Intrepid Museum opens later this month. Thank you again, everyone. Stay healthy and stay safe. Bye-bye.